Nom, 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 nom. Nom, 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 nom. Welcome to the stream, Graphview. Nice to have you here today. Welcome, Brainy G. Hello. Hello, and welcome. Load quicker, put some money in the machine. I have a Patreon though, so if you want, you can. Nommy nom nom. Yes. How? Tasty. Last piece of a pizza. Last piece of a pizza. How? So. Plan for today. Plan for today is, I would say, rather simple. We're gonna work on the Graphview, on the new keyframe selection for the Graphview, because I kind of promised that last time, but we fixed some other stuff instead, had no time left. Though we refactored the keyframe controls, and I also didn't have, like, it doesn't mean that I didn't have, I should not say that I didn't have time, but I invested quite some time in some other things. I wanted to play some games for once in a while, because, like, I haven't played games for a long time, not even on Saturday. But I saw something. I didn't know that this game existed, but I had to buy it and play it. I just simply had to. What was it? The Winter Resort Simulator 2. Yes. The what now? It's not a building game, it's a simulation game. The Winter Resort Simulator 2, or Season 2, how they called it. Yes. And I might not stay long since I'm not well. 6 times on the night to Monday, so yeah. What the fuck, Dracho X? What have you done? Have you had you drank too much alcohol, or what's happening here? Please get better soon. We don't want to have a suffering Dracho X here. Nobody wants that. So, by the way, I got a warm cup of tea, I got some sparkling water, and some usual Spezi. Definitely no alcohol. Okay, well, good. No alcohol is always good. Okay, so... Sorry, guys. I just read a very funny message. Oh god. In German though. Good luck. So, first of all, let's switch some music. What do we want to hear? Do we want to hear some lo-fi, some synthwave, or the good old nightcore with some custom mix in? So, do you want some custom mix? Do you want some nightcore? Do you want some lo-fi? Or do you want some synthwave? That's what I can offer right now. Brainy G, what do you want? Tell me. No hardcore gabba techno? No. Well, I'm always in Bionicle. Something mellow, I think. I don't like. I don't have many mellow things. So like there are in my custom mix there are here some mellow things, but also some not so mellow things. So I guess I'm gonna put in the custom mix then. I mean, the quickest and the easiest of all of them. But it started right away with the wrong song because... Oh god, okay, hold on a second. My SoundCloud disconnected from my virtual DJ again. There we go. There we go. Okay, so I would say let's switch over to some programming. Here we go into the programming screen. So, yeah, last time we fixed a couple of things. I did also some more fixing off screen, so I hope some stuff works now. More reliable. Wait, you can search by just typing? Interesting, I didn't know that. Again, what learned? Okay, so as said, actually let me open up the project screen for FicsIt-Cam. Okay, there we go, projects, and then we're gonna FicsIt-Cam. And so, I mean, we have a couple of things here that are under to do, and the things I want to do right now is fix Boolean attribute in Graphview and Graphview keyframe selection and interaction. So that's the next couple of things I wanted to do. And for that, first of all, we're gonna have to go into the classes where everything resides in. So that would be the Graphview, there it is, .h and CPP file, and that's about it. Well, okay, no, actually, we also need to go into the drag-drop.h and CPP file, because they actually handle them like the drag and drop states for drag and dropping keyframes around, or any other stuff for that matter. And the first thing we're gonna have to do here is have a look into the Graphview. So this section that is commented out here, that's like the context menu for switching the keyframe type. Since this may change anyway, this may get removed in a at some point, but for now I just leave it in just to be easy, to be able to reference it a little better. But the main idea right now is we gonna have to make a selection system so that you are able to select a keyframe, and that's then gets that is then stored in like a selection collection, essentially a simple container or collection where all the different keyframes are stored, or just references to the keyframes technically, that are currently selected, essentially. So first of all, before we can actually display or create the interaction for the keyframe selection itself, we're gonna have to make that store. And so one option would be to put it into a custom in its own structure, and then have an attribute here available to access this structure. I'm not quite so proud of this, so I guess we're gonna add the necessary storage directly in here and do everything else outside. So for that, first of all, we're gonna need a storage. So the problem is what kind of storage, or how does it look? So first of all, the question is, so we need to decide now how we store the collection of selected keyframes. So for example, is it important what order we have selected things in? I would say no. We just care is something selected or not. So that's why we're gonna use a set. If we would want to say, is something, if we care about order, an array or a linked list, something would probably better. Depending on what you then try to do, you then have to differentiate between a t-array or between an array or a linked list. For now, we go for a set though, because set is one of the fast collections for the different things you can essentially store. So most algorithms for finding, searching, getting, blah blah blah, is quick in a set. So because we usually only want to like remove something out of it, add something to it, and iterate over it. And that's about it. So a t-set is like one of the faster methods for these things I mentioned. We don't search for linked list is also really fast in adding something as well, and iterating is pretty much the same. But removing is rather hard in a linked list, because you have to search a specific entry. But in a t-set, it usually, I think it should be ordered, like internally it's then sorted, so that it can then easily use a binary search algorithm to find the exact entry you want to get to remove it. And like, that's like one of the fast search algorithms. It's a very simple but a very fast search algorithm, and I think it essentially uses that for what we try to do here. So, and Penna, there was no real progress on any duel last week, so I guess it might have to light a fire at some point on your butt to get some stuff, but I will forgive it this time. As like, I said like putting that this is putting fire under my butt is some kind of motivation, so feel free to do so. Just not something that like literally hurts me or my situation by itself, but like socially you can make a fire under my butt. That's something you certainly can do. Anyway, for now, so next thing is what we actually want to store in a t-set. I said I want to reference a keyframe essentially. The problem is, referencing a keyframe is really hard. So because yeah, it's just simply bloody hard. So what we want is we need two values, so we need a pair. The first one is a reference to the attribute. So I'm gonna use a FicsIt-attribute pointer for this case. And the second thing is like the frame at which the keyframe is. Well, I mean, one person literally sets his butt on fire with a heating element. I know who that guy is! It's Electro Boom! Obviously. I mean, it's Electro Boom after all. No, I didn't want to go there. So, okay, and these, this is essentially just selected keyframes. So now we need some accesses for this. So one would be tset, tpair, FicsIt-attribute, pointer, int64, and that is and this is a constant reference, so we don't have to make a copy or anything. And this is like get selection essentially, and what it does, it just simply returns our selected keyframes. The person that does that probably should never be done by the viewers. I think the viewers would have a harder time, because like he then uses his magic wand to fry all your electronics or whatever. So, yeah. Next up is we're gonna add a new, we're gonna have to add a keyframe to the selection. So like literally add keyframe to selection. And how are we gonna do that? Well, we want an attribute reference. So we make this has to exist, essentially. And in 64, which is the frame. So I'm gonna call it also in frame and in attribute to make sure like this is an input thing, not an output thing. So this is your input value and not an output value, especially in regards of references. This makes it more explicit. We don't output here an attribute, we want to get one. Add keyframe to selection. Next up is we're gonna have the opposite, so we're gonna remove a keyframe from selection. Keyframe from selection, FicsIt attribute, reference in attribute, in 64 in frame. And we're good. So now we're gonna have to create the implementations of it. So the actual code. Come on, generate the definition. Boop. And generate definition. Boop. There we go. So what we simply do is like selected keyframes, add, and here we just simply add a t-pair of FicsIt attribute star and a uint 64. Not a uint, a normal int 64. And we're gonna construct this t-pair or t-tuple out of an in attribute and an in frame. Bam! Oh, and by the pointer of the in attribute. Good. Very, very similar approach this time for removing though. So we just simply put this there. So we say remove. And then we are pretty much good. So now there's one more thing we want to add, and that is being able to set the whole selection. Because when we move keyframes around, we may want to change the selection, essentially. And to be able to do so, we have to have a function that allows us to do so. So for that, I'm gonna go in void, set selection, and what we get is a constant tset t-pair of an FicsIt attribute star and an int 64 reference in selection. And what we simply do is we selected keyframes equals in selection, and we're done. So next up is we're gonna have to add an easy accessor to be able to check if something is selected. Bool is keyframe selected. So what we're gonna provide is an attribute again, reference to an attribute, and the frame. So this function will now return true or false if a given keyframe is now selected or not. So this is the first function we then actually need for the next implementation, which is the visibility essentially of a keyframe, so that it shows if it's selected or not. So first of all, how do we do this? Is keyframe selected? Well, that's very simple. We return selected keyframes. Actually, let's duplicate that code from above there, because it's, again, very simple. But this time we're gonna return, and then there is a new function we're gonna use, and that is contains. Back later. Okay, see you in a moment. So we got selected keyframes. We get a key, which is again t-pair of an attribute and an int 64. I'm questioning though, these tuples, etc. They have, well, they have to implement some operators to support the different functions and whatnot, the different containers and whatnot. And I'm not sure where. So they extend from the tuple base, and the tuple base is a weird thing. Okay, got it. T attribute base. So we now need to get through some operators now. So this here's for serialization purposes. Okay, that seems legit. So we care about this guy here. So it uses a less than helper size of types. That's very interesting. So let's check out this helper then, because like it has number of arguments, arg to compare. Okay, so I think it compares all of them, not just, so like what I was worried about, that it only cares about the ethic attribute part here, which would be weird, but it seems as it doesn't, so, which is good. Okay, so let's continue. Next up is we have to check out our Graphview keyframe. No, Graphview keyframe. There you go, the Graphview keyframe. So for that, there is like an on-pane function. Compute the size, get children, arrange children, bottom, blah blah blah. I'm not quite sure, but I think on-pane should be fine for now. So let's head into the on-pane function, where we check if we are a valid keyframe. So what we do here is it does the handle stuff, as it seems. There should be one child though. Hold on. Where do we add that child? In construct here. So here we add the main child, the main control, and the other stuff here is just related to the keyframe handles. So in here should be an image. There you go. The image using the default brush. If we are not a valid keyframe, but if we are a valid keyframe, it uses some brushes here, some different brushes. This is totally fine and legit. So what I want to do now is I have to tint it. So for that, let me check out the keyframe control here, because this already has the functionality for being tinted differently with this calendar opacity here. So there is a set and an unset color, as well as a changed and animated color. So we only care about the animated color and the set color. I'm just gonna copy that for now. So we will have those styles, so we know those colors, they are set properly. So, okay, what we're gonna do, yeah, let's put it above this ginormous switch, no, well, it's not ginormous, above the switch case here. So, and also our whole, most of the logic here will be different in our case. Because like we do not really care, so like, okay, yeah, I mean, we do care kinda. So we want to get the keyframe. So first of all, we try to get the keyframe. Let's do that. So for that, we get the keyframe. in a t-shirt pointer to an keyframe. So what we want to do now is, first of all, check if the keyframe is set. Because if the keyframe is not set, I want to return the unset color. Okay. Next up is we're gonna have to ask, is the keyframe is the keyframe selected? So for that we have to go and ask the Graphview, and then we say, is keyframe selected? And it wants now an attribute, so we now need to provide our own attribute as well as the given frame. So for that we're gonna have to say attribute, which is the pointer. So we're gonna make that a reference with that. And now it wants frame. So we just say frame and we get a frame. And based on this information, actually I just realized here I always use int64, which is garbage. I should use a FIC frame instead. Choop, 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 and choop. Boop. And where is the selection? Boop. Good. Okay. Okay, so very important, by the way, we are using here the lambda, and that means every time the image accesses the color and opacity property, it runs this lambda function here, where we then decide based on the states, etc., what value will be used. And every time image wants to redraw itself, it then calls color and opacity to get the new color and opacity it needs. And with this function here, we simply provide that information. So, okay, unset color if no keyframe is given, otherwise we're going to use the attribute on frame over there. So if we are selected, okay, so if we are selected, I'm gonna use the set color, which is a bright orange. Okay, but if this was not the case, we then use the animated color. The animated color is a more darker orange. Okay, that means when you select it, it gets the animated color. Good, so now we have the visualization of selected keyframes. Next up is we're gonna have to define some control input to be able to change the keyframes. So like what you probably want to have at some point is like a selection box or whatever. For now, that's not what we want. What we want for now is being able to click on a keyframe, and by clicking on it, telling it, you are now a selected or a selected keyframe, or if it was a selected, to say, no, not selected, something like that. So for that, first of all, we're gonna head back to the header because we may need to add some new functions. Apparently no, because we have already a button down and a button up. So let's head into the button up. Oh, we already have here some functionality, which is removing the keyframe. So this will be replaced like completely. So this essentially is, if you click on the keyframe, delete it. Which was useful for the keyframe control, but not anymore for what we try to do here, because we now want to be able to select the different things. So what we want to do instead is actually rather simple, I would say. So first of all, we're gonna we're gonna go to the Graphview, and we're gonna So before that, we're gonna check if you are actually currently selected. So we say if we're gonna ask the Graphview, hey Graphview, are we selected? Is keyframe selected? We're gonna provide the reference to the attribute and the frame. And now we say, okay, if it was true, so if we are selected, we then say we unselect ourselves. So previously we were selected, and now we don't want to be selected anymore. So how do we do that? Well, very simple. We say Graphview, and then we say remove keyframe from selection. We provide the attribute, and the frame. Bam, and done. And what happens if we are not selected? Well, then we want to add ourselves to the selection. Add keyframe to selection. Done. So with this, we already we should already have the ability to select keyframes. Amazing, right? Next up is we're gonna focus on like deleting. So for that, we're gonna care about key presses. Do we have a key press handler here? No, we do not, which is totally fine because I actually want to have the key presses be handled by the Graphview and not by the single Graphview keyframe control. So for that, we're gonna scroll down here and have a look, and there it is. We have some on key down and up events. So on key down, okay, we do not have anything implemented here, which is totally fine. So what we want is we're gonna ask, we're gonna check what the key is that was being pressed, okay? So we're gonna say, is the ENG event affecting, and then we can say like get key, and then we check, okay, is the key that caused this key event from the E keys enum, is it the delete? Is it the delete key? Because if it is the delete key, that means we want to delete the keyframes. So what does that mean for us now? Well, we're gonna have to iterate over the different things. So we're gonna have to iterate over the keyframes. Or we're gonna have to first of all make a copy of the of the currently selected keyframes. Selection, get selection. There you go. Gonna make the types explicit there. So now we're gonna iterate over that value. Okay, so we're gonna iterate over the over t pair of fig attribute pointers within 64, and that's as a reference. Making a constant reference means we reference the value inside of the set directly and don't need to make a copy, making it faster. So selected keyframe, that's the variable we're gonna call it, keyframe, and inside our selection set. So we can now iterate over all the selected keyframes essentially. And what do we do there? Well, we're gonna completely get rid of all keyframes there are. So, well, how? Is an honest question, yes. Very simple, I'm gonna go selected keyframe. There you go. Selected keyframe, and then there's like a key, which is the fig attribute. And we're gonna ask it to remove keyframe. And then we'll provide the frame, which is selected keyframe value. Done. By the way, that's fig frame and not in 64. Ta-da! Goodies! Okay, and now we have removed the keyframe. Isn't it wonderful? Now, after removing the keyframe, we're gonna have to initiate an update, so to speak. The question is, how are we gonna do that? Well, actually, I think, no, wait. Each single one of them should trigger an update event on their own, so it should be fine as it is. We Yes, it is. Okay, so now, oh yeah, but right now, like, if we say, okay, we have done that, and we're gonna return it normally, any other upper widget, like a window or whatever, that also has a handler for the delete key, would then do something. But we don't want that. So this is also, by the way, called bubbling. The smaller child, like the button itself, gets asked if it handles the event first, then the surrounding widget, which is a panel or whatever, then the surrounding widget over that, there's an even bigger panel or a canvas or whatever, and then the widget above that, which is maybe a window or whatever, and this is called bubbling. And the first thing that gets asked if it can handle the event, if it says yes, it handled the event, the rest doesn't get notified about the event. And that's what I'm going to do here. So we say, okay, we now receive a delete event. We did some stuff. We don't want the other widgets now to do anything. So we're gonna respond that we actually handled it. We have done something. There was some functionality we care about. So how do we do that? Well, we're gonna create a reply with freply handled to say, yo, we handled that thing. We are totally handling here. And with that, deletion, we should have implemented deletion of selected keyframes. Good. So now we have visibility of the selections, we have selecting and unselecting, and we have deletion of the selection, which is all very much fantastic. There is one more thing though, and that is mouse press. I want a mouse button down event. Okay, well, we have a drag, detect drag here. So maybe a mouse button up. We care here about, okay, left mouse button. So it does some weird things here. All right. Wait, that's a mouse button, huh? Okay, so what it does here is essentially, if we are over a graph, over a line in the graph view, and you click, that it then so that it then creates a keyframe on that point. It's some functionality for that, but we don't need that. So like, if we are down here, if nothing in these two loops here actually mattered, okay? If nothing mattered here, what we're gonna do down here is we say, yo, is it empty? So like, this event here will only, this mouse button up will only be triggered when the above things didn't work, like no drag, it's not a drag and drop, etc., and no other widget was receiving it. So if that were the case, that means we are essentially clicking into empty space. And for us, this means we want to unselect all the currently selected keyframes, simply for a quick way to unselect the whole selection, essentially. Selecting empty space means unselecting, which is like the case for most of the things. Like, I select all of that space here and I select some other point, it gets rid of all the selection above, or in Blender or whatever. It's very often that way, or like, we select all of that things, I select something different, bam, it's emptied. So we're gonna make the same behavior. So if we clicked here on our graph view, but nothing ever handled it, so that means we're not over a graph line to add a new keyframe, we're not over a keyframe by itself. If that's the case, then we're gonna remove the whole selection. So how we do that? Very simple. We're gonna iterate overall selection. Actually, no. We simply say set selection to an empty set. So like, this is just a quick way here This is an initializer list, and this can be implicitly converted to an T set of our type. We use this collection storage, selection collection. So this is a very quick way to say, set the selection to an empty collection. So no selection. Yeah, that's pretty much what we do here. After that, I would say, let's try that out. Let's just try to run it. Because if this functionality now works, great. If it doesn't, it's better to focus on getting that first done before we're gonna continue with the next section that is related on the to the keyframe selection. And the next thing that is related to the keyframe selection is drag drop or drag and drop. So when you select multiple keyframes, you want to be able to move them around on the time axis or on the value axis, for depending on what you now want to do or not. And this is not easy. So this is really not easy. I'm still pretty worried about pretty much every aspect there is to this moving keyframes around. So the problem is I have to we're not gonna talk about that yet. First we're gonna try to get this basic functionality working, and when it works, and we will then check out the drag and drop system, I will then explain it further, okay? I hope you're fine with that. Hit. Oh, okay. I didn't know about that thing. So like on YouTube channel, SeepGMR, welcome to the stream. Hello everyone, welcome. I didn't know about that saying. I'm very sorry. Seems fine though. Huh? My Chrome is broke. There you go. Okay. Satisfactory being booted up. We're now gonna try to head in there. So, first things first, edit OK. Boop. There we go. Now we're gonna select the camera. That's interesting. Oh no, those are the keyframe handles probably. All right, that's something I also want to discuss with you guys. Like, I want to like say, don't show the handles of a keyframe unless the keyframe is selected. But here you can see, okay, we selected that keyframe now. That worked. If I totally, okay. So if I click now on this keyframe, it should also be selected. Oh. There you go. So I can select the different keyframes, which is good. And if I click an empty space, none of them get selected, which is also good. Cool. If I select all of them, now what happens if I hit delete? We are crashing. with a very weird error message, if I'm being honest. Okay. I also noticed something else, guys, which is not really a bug, but a missing feature I wanted. And that is, we're gonna go on to the button down again, or button up in this case. And what I want to have, actually, let me move this, wait, that's drag and drop. A mouse button up. So I'm not quite sure, maybe I want to have this in the button up, I'm not quite sure, in the button down. I'm gonna leave it in here for now. So actually it's in the add keyframe to selection where I want this functionality. So the question is like, when you click, actually, we make a new function. Guys, which is toggle keyframe selection. Void toggle keyframe selection. Getting an attribute again. Reference in attribute int 64 in frame. Okay. Generate definition. So the on key down on the mouse button down here. Okay, instead of doing this here, we're gonna need that, so we're gonna cut it out. But we're gonna replace it by Graphview toggle keyframe selection, attribute, like reference to attribute, and the frame. So that's what we actually care about now. Okay, so in toggle keyframe, we're gonna put that in what we just copied out, and we can remove this Graphview accesses here essentially, because we are already inside of Graphview, so we don't need that. And we can use in attribute and in frame instead of get frame and dereferencing attribute pointer. Like that. Boop, boop, boop. And boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Nice. So what we can do else, so what I want to, so why did I want to do that? Well, the thing is, with this is keyframe selected here, I want to like change the behavior of the keyframe selection of this toggle here, depending on the state of a mouse input, depending on modifier keys. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to add to the toggle keyframe selection F modifier keys pointer. F modifier key state pointer in modifiers. So why a pointer? Because then I can default it to null pointer. So why do I want to default it to null pointer, you may ask? Well, let me tell you. When you click on So like if there is no more, I want it to be in this toggle on, toggle off behavior we have here right now, okay? Actually, let me put that in a boolean. Is selected. I'm gonna put it in like that. B is selected. And like we say, we only do, it's like this normal toggle functionality we have here right now only is the case when we do not have the modifier keys, the modifier state. Modifier key state in modifiers. So because like I want to say, if you don't press any key and click on any keyframe, everything else gets deselected and only that single keyframe will get selected. Then I want the functionality, if you hold, if you press down Alt, or what was it? Like there are like different ways to like create this behavioral thing. So like Control is just adding, Alt is just just removing from selection, and Shift is like toggling, essentially, you could say. So that's my idea of thought here. Okay. Like our selection system is very rudimentary. We don't have any support for box selection because making a box selection will be a lot more, will be quite a bit more difficult in terms of complexity to do the things, and needs different functions, handlers, whatnot. So this simple click functionality works a bit different. Maybe we can rely on it later on if we make a box selection. For now we don't make a box selection, so I'm fine with the way it currently runs here. So, okay, where was I left? Right, so toggling was, I want this toggling functionality when you hold Shift. So that means, so I'm gonna go in here and say modifiers. So like if the modifiers are not set, okay, then I have a normal toggle functionality. Or modifiers are set, modifiers, and we have Shift down. So if we have Shift down with the modifiers, then we're in a toggle mode, essentially. That's what we have here now. But what if we have in our modifiers Control down? Is Control down? Well, if Control is down, I just do the add keyframe to selection here. I just do this maneuver here, but I only do that if we are not selected. So like, since we already have checked that, we can just go in here and do this here. This is probably a bit faster, as if the add keyframe to selection happens unnecessarily. But like, we do not really care about performance here that much in this case, because we are handling a user input, which happens once a second or whatever, so it doesn't have to be that performant as it would be, as if it would matter here. Next, if we have modifiers Alt down, so if the Alt key is down and this guy, sorry, is the guy above here is not allowed to be selected. But if this guy here is selected and Alt is down, then we just simply remove the keyframe from selection. Very, very simple. Attribute in frame. So, but what happens if none of the above modifiers is set? Well, as already mentioned, we set the selection to this modifier alone. tpair fig attribute pointer fig frame, which will be in attribute in frame. Bam. And then we set the selection to just that. And with this, we should be, so with this we should have the new selection. So now we're gonna try to go back in game and see if the crash we experienced is fixed and if this new logic system in here is also added. Oh wait, hold on. Before we do that, I want to do the keyframes. Not the keyframes. The handles. I want to make the handles disappear or appear. So for that, actually, when we do changes to the selection, I want to like make dirty request redraw invalidate invalidate widget layout. So if we have a look on what layout does, use layout invalidation if your widget needs to change the desired size. It's an expensive invalidation, so do not use it if all you need to do is redraw a widget. Which is not the case for us, because our handles actually may appear or disappear. So that's why we make a full-blown invalidation here. So keyframe to selection, remove keyframe from selection is also does this, as well as the set keyframe. So I'm gonna move this here now out of class scope because it's not just setting the attribute anymore. So it also has to trigger some more complex things. So we have 2 lines of code essentially, so we're gonna move it out of the class scope now. Okay. And we're gonna invalidate the layer above here. So next up is we're gonna have to add the actual functionality to like don't show the handles if needed. So for that we're gonna move all the way up, because above here in our graph keyframe we have the unarranged children, and this unarranged children here now cares about the handles. So like, is there an in handle? Is there an out handle? This gets these thingies get defined in the construction over here, as it seems. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna wrap that in an if condition and say this only happens if we're actually selected. That's that dramatic. So we're gonna say we're gonna ask the Graphview, is keyframe selected attribute and get frame. So only if we're selected, then we also have the handles. Otherwise we do not. Okay? That's at least the idea of what should happen now. But yeah, moving around the keyframes is the most worrisome thing, because I then have to actually move, like I have to update the selection references when I move a keyframe. And that's really not cool, like, at all. But I just got a small little idea on how we can do what we want to do here. And we're gonna use our attribute snapshot system for that, because that solves also some other issues I think there would be. I will show you when we do that, okay? So let's go into OK. Gonna go over there, select the camera, make eye. So now we have here a keyframe, and when I select the keyframe down here, fuck, it doesn't change. Okay, I have to click them like that. Wait. Oh, okay, yeah, totally fine, because I forgot to provide the modifiers to our toggle function. So, totally fine that it doesn't work right now. So, fuck. That's not... Oh! I don't have added, like... Huh? Okay, gonna have to add that to the lists of the to-do. I have not thought of this. Wait, I think I have already like a better transaction thing, but can I add that specifically? Undo redo transactions for removing and adding scene objects. Okay, now I've selected test. Anyway, back in here, gonna select these two keyframes and hit delete. And we're deleting the whole camera again, which is not good. So, deleting the whole camera Why does that happen? I already have an idea. I probably forgot something. And that is when you press the delete key. No, I have mentioned that I handle it. Huh. Ah, yes. Okay. That's probably a relic of all times, the issue here, which is in the editor, because I think it has the on preview key down, which is not ideal. Oh no, wait, it just cares about the toggle cursor and pause game. Huh. Maybe, oh, okay, then a different issue I just noticed that could be the case, and that is that the Graphview is not be able to get any focus. There we have an interactability, but we don't have this focus can receive focus. Can focus. Oh, come on. Generate code. Overriding members. On focus received. Changing lost. Preview key down now. Analog value. So like this preview key down is this time with tunneling and not bubbling. But you should not do that, as it's stated there. Cursor query, no. I need like, is focus able or something. Value path. Custom prepass. Get relative layout scale. Supports keyboard focus. There we go. We need that function. Takes quite a bit of time, huh? Yeah. Supports keyboard focus. And we're just gonna return true. So my problem here though is I'm not sure if this also considers children to be selected. So like our above keyframe controls or our Graphview keyframes. Imagine I have selected something else of the editor, and then I selected Graphview keyframe. Does the Graphview now capture the keyboard or not? I mean, the above chart. So like, if the keyframe, if the graph keyframe itself would say it would capture the keyboard focus, then definitely it would capture it. Actually, no. It probably gives the Graphview here by the focus, because like the keyframe here also just consists of some other stuff and images and whatnot, and these are also full-fledged widgets. So it probably gets the focus. We will see in a second. We're gonna try it out, and then I hope it works. I'm gonna hope it works. So what? So yeah, transactions I have added that. So whatever. I'm not yet really fond of the transaction system. I'm not quite sure on how to do the the transactions properly. Well, okay, well, honestly, more like the transactions themselves are pretty fine, but like how they so like the transaction system implementation directly itself is totally fine with like having an undo and a redo function doing the things. Oh no. No, okay, I take that back. It could be better, it could be better. Especially in considering for like updating the current frame position. So there is some weirdness, yeah, so... it's suboptimal. Everything could be better. Everything. Maybe I'm gonna read a little some documents regarding transaction systems. Maybe I can find something very useful. I mean, this interactive tools framework is sad. Like, it only provides then like the endpoint to make the tools be able to talk to your transaction system, but the transaction system is implemented by you. So the interactive tools framework has not really talked about the transactions themselves properly. So maybe we can do some cool things there, or maybe we don't. We will see. The biggest thing, I guess, is like, no matter what, when you want to use a transaction system properly, you probably need to code the tools in a way with the transaction system in mind, and not just whatever, and then the transaction system as an afterthought, just as we have the situation right now. But like with an afterthought, the easy thing is then to like simply do the snapshots as we do them right now. For our case, this should be totally fine. We don't really have any big data we have to handle here, so it like making snapshots of things and stuff should not be a problem at all. But some other stuff may be more a bit of a problem. And I don't think like the scene object add or remove will be that hard. I already have implementation in my mind, so it should not be that troublesome. But especially in regards of the auto keyframe feature, like creating the because like we don't really have an end of a transaction here. Like, the end of a transaction, regardless of the auto keyframe feature, would be like switching a tool or whatever. So this is really tricky. For that, the interactive tools framework is really useful. The problem is just there is no we are stateless essentially. Like, most of our editor here is pretty much stateless. So we cannot really differentiate between different modi or whatever, which is not good. So, I still forgot to do the modifiers. Okay, so if I select those two and hit the delete key. Yes! Okay, so deletion of the keyframes works now. So they work now just as we have intended. This is good. This is plain out good. But I haven't added those to the transactions yet, so we're gonna have to make sure that we add a transaction for that too. But as said, the bubbling works just as intended, and yes, the Graphview gets a focus even if we are just focusing a child of it, or interacting with a child of it. So that means the next thing would be like adding the modifiers here to make sure that the different modifier changes work properly, add the transactions, and then do the keyframe drag and drop. We're gonna make that in one go, so like I'll implement now the keyframe drag and drop, fix the other two things I mentioned, and I'm gonna try everything as a whole. But before we're gonna do that, we make a short break. I will be right back, and then we're gonna do that, okay? So, see you in a moment. Indeed, it's me, Panda Kotaro, and welcome back to the streamer. So, let's continue. So, the idea was, as already mentioned, we're gonna go into the into the fake drag and drop. So, inside of the fake drag and drop, we have different things like Graphview, cumulative delta, timeline start, value start, timeline diff, and value diff. So, hold up. There is like then the pen drag drop, and the keyframe drag drop, and the handle drag drop. So what we care about is the keyframe drag drop. So there are a couple of things we care about. So first of all, we have here the graph keyframe, which is the Graphview keyframe, which we're currently dragging. This won't be the case anymore. So what we're gonna do instead is we're gonna store an T set. Now it's gonna be a bit interesting. So we're gonna store a T set of a T pair of why is this by the second. Give me a second. I'm gonna have to think about that a bit. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna do that. So we're gonna have a T set of a T pair of a T-sharp pointer to a S-Fig Graphview keyframe and a T-sharp pointer to an F-Fig attribute. So in FicsIt-Cam there is like the notation kinda that when you have a normal attribute, a non-editor attribute, so like editor attributes should be inside of shared pointers, etc. Okay, so that's like one of the things notations we have here. And a different notation is that normal attributes are used as normal pointers and reference, like not smart pointers. Okay. And the third one is that if you have a normal attribute inside of a smart pointer or whatever, then this is a snapshot of an attribute. Okay, not an actual live attribute that is on any object or whatever. No, it is a snapshot. You mainly introduced with the transaction system. Okay. So, and what I'm storing here is now a set of pairs where we have the keyframe, where we have like a Graphview keyframe control thingamajig, and an F-Fig attribute. Okay, so the interesting, so like the Graphview keyframe here. Fuck it, it's just a T-sharp pointer. That's not good if we do that. It's better if we store an attribute and the frame directly, and then talk to the Graphview that way and not via this, because we're gonna have to update the different things dynamically, and that means we are changing these pointers here too. Why haven't I thought of that? Okay, so let's gonna make a new structure. Actually, gonna make that inside of a class. Make it makes it a little bit more easier for us. So we're gonna make here a struct, and this is keyframe. Keyframe attribute. So, and we're gonna store is a T-shirt pointed is. So what we're gonna store is an attribute pointer. So that's directly to an attribute. We're gonna store the frame, and we have, and we're gonna store. Hold on. It's a bit weird, I know, but I have to think, guys. Please let me think. So, I mean, I need to record the starting position of all the keyframes we are working with, so I can calculate the delta. So I can then apply on those the deltas. So like each frame or each moment we change something, I then like use the old state, the snapshot, update, and then on that snapshot, I then move the old keyframe positions to the new positions. If that makes any sense. So I have to, but then I also have one issue there. So we're gonna have to make each time a new snapshot reapplied, because otherwise I may create some issues when overriding keyframes over each other. Or I have to add something to the keyframe itself to be able to handle that shit. Oh god, that's so freaking annoying right now. My goodness. Oh boy. Okay. So. So first of all, I'm gonna store a set of pairs of, I'm gonna use this here at some different point in time, because here I'm gonna store a pointer to an Fig attribute and turn frame. So that's then the graph keyframe. And then I have a map that references the attribute, that again references the attribute, but this time a snapshot. So this is like old attribute state, and those are the keyframes. Old keyframes, or yeah, no, keyframes. Yeah, no, actually it's old keyframes. Let's use old keyframes. Okay, and rather weird and complex it may seem, but you will understand in a second. So this here is fully automatically generated based on the informations we get from above here. So what we actually just want is, we just want all the keyframes that will be moved now. And that means we pretty much don't need anything, because we can get that information from the graph view right away. We want the init event though, so that we can initialize the timeline start and value start stuff with the associated information. Okay, so now we have graph keyframe, which is not the case anymore. So what we're gonna do now is we say old keyframes equals the graph views get selection function, essentially, because what the get selection returns is exactly what will be put into the old keyframes there. So after that we're gonna iterate over all the keyframes in the old keyframes here. So that means we're gonna iterate over constant references here, so we don't have to make any copies of t pairs of Fig attribute pointer and Fig frame reference, which is then keyframe inside of old keyframes. Good. So, and what we're gonna do here is now we now create the snapshots for all the old attributes. So we essentially fill the old attribute state map. So what that means is we're gonna go in here and we say we store a t-shared ptr Fig attribute reference. Actually, pointer. This is a pointer. And what we're gonna do is... So this is now the state. And what we're going to do is we say old attribute state. And then there is like find. And then there's like find or add. The problem is like when I do the find or add, I want to know, did he now add it? Or did he not? That's a bit troublesome because it's hard to figure out. So I guess I'm gonna go with, like, I just try to find that, the keyframe. Okay. I try to find it based on our key, which is keyframe.key. So you can see in our T pair, the first value is also called key, and the key of the T map is the same, because a T map is literally essentially the same as this T set here, but the first entry in the pair here is unique, that's why we use this here specifically, a T set of T pairs, because we want to have multiple entries for the same attribute here. Okay, anyway, so this is now this. So what we're gonna say is, if there is already an entry, so if it was actually able to find something, then we don't want to do anything, because we already made essentially a snapshot of that attribute. We don't need to make an additional snapshot of this attribute. This is the case when you have like multiple keyframes selected of the same attribute. But for the attribute itself, we only need one snapshot. So that's why if there is already a snapshot, just ignore it, continue with the next loop iteration. But if there is not such state, then attribute state added, please. So now please add an entry with a key, which is keyframe key again, and the value this time gonna be keyframe key. Now gonna be interesting, get, because like this get function here creates a snapshot. Bam, done. So then there is a decorator visibility with a decorator blah blah blah. We don't really care. I'm probably gonna remove the decorator. So yes, yeah. Let's remove this. We don't need a decorator here. Nobody cares about a freaking decorator. Decorator position. Nobody cares. So now on drag, because this is a bit more interesting. Of what we have to do here. So the first things first. In our onDragged function, we first gonna recover all attributes to the original state. Essentially, we essentially apply the snapshot. So how do we do that? Well, very simple. We're gonna iterate over all the different snapshots. So we're gonna iterate over this, which is then snapshot, and then we say old attribute state. This here is this guy. We can ignore this ESP mode fast there. And what we do is we say snapshot dot key set, and then we say snapshot dot value, and we're no, we are not. Oh, it wants a reference, and we only have here a pointer. So, well, let's make it a ref then. It's not that hard. And there you go. Done. It's not that big of a deal. So, yeah. Okay, and now we apply the snapshot. Okay. So, after we have applied the snapshot, the next step is to actually apply, apply the delta. For that, we have the cumulative delta. This is essentially the absolute change from starting the drag and drop operation to where it is now. This is the cumulative delta. And how are we and how are we calculating this? So the naive approach is we are gonna do following thing. It's actually not that easy, but yeah. Anyway, this is the naive approach. So we're gonna say attribute frame, which is then one keyframe out of the old keyframes. Bam. So, and what we then do is we're gonna take the keyframe, and then we say like the key of that old keyframe. So this is now the attribute itself, and then there is a function called move keyframe, and with that we can then move the keyframe from the old location to the new location. So that means we store the keyframe dot value, which is the old frame, to the new frame, and the new frame is the old frame plus the cumulative delta. Cumulative. Why cannot it access the cumulative delta? Didn't I have exposed it? Is it protected or what is it? Huh. Sorry. So Graphview. Okay, so cumulative delta. How do you spell cumulative properly? Like that. Cumulative delta. Goodies. Okay, so and then we're gonna study cumulative delta, but the x-axis. All that. And done. So this is everything we need essentially. Though, like, the cumulative delta here stores it as a float, I think. So it's probably the best if we say we convert that to a float, and we then do a math around to I mean, I want to round it to an int, but that's not the kind of int I care about. Okay, so, and with that we have then moved the keyframe. Be aware, this means moving the keyframe around right now only works on the time axis. But at least it should work. So we can ignore the bottom half here. I'm gonna get rid of it fully. Or, well, I'm gonna comment it out. Maybe we need it later. But I'm gonna comment it out. And down here we do the changes. So, in regards of the changes, we do not change the active frame. So we're completely gonna ignore that. So what I'm gonna do instead is I'm gonna grab this change list here. And add a change. So instead of using like Graphview get context or whatnot, I'm gonna use the Graphview get context. Or can I use the context directly? I can use the context directly. It's apparently publicly available. That's good. So change lists, and then I'm gonna try to add a change. And that is attribute change. change list, push change. So, and I'm gonna make shared of an attribute change. Make shared. Actually, hold on. Oh no. I'm gonna undo that. I need a share. I need a group. I totally. Oh my god, I messed up there. So I need a change group because I'm gonna iterate. So this is now very similar to what we have done already. So we're gonna iterate over const t pair FicsIt attribute pointer and t shared ref FicsIt attribute, which is then attribute, which is then old attribute state. So in here we then push the change, make shared FicsIt change attribute, and we now care about we now need like the old attribute and the new attribute, I think, or how was that? The change attribute, what do you want again? You want the attribute itself, okay, the from attribute, and the change source. We don't need a change source because that's for stackability reasons. So we need the from attribute and the in attribute. So the in attribute, which is the attribute that actually changed, a reference to the direct attribute that changed, which is in our case attribute dot key, this pointer over there. And the from attribute is the old attribute state, which is our attribute dot value. Could also rename, should also maybe change it to snapshot or state. More like that. Okay, and with that we have then changed the push, and after that we'll say Graphview, give me that context, and then push the change to the change list. Done. Okay, so for that we should have now the ability to drag around all of our selection in the time axis, at least at the time axis. Okay, so I would say let's try that out. Oh no, wait, before if we do that, before I forget it again, let's go to the key down where to the mouse button down where we do the toggle, and also we have to fix this. So here we do the toggle keyframe selection, and I want to provide the modifier keys. So event dot get modifier keys. And you can see this returns an f modifier keys state, and we're gonna need a pointer to it. Okay, so actually, yeah, hold on. Should do fine. So because right now the toggle keyframe state requests for a pointer to that directly, but we only need a pointer to a constant f modifier key state. Because like we are able to change it essentially. So no, we are not able to change it. We don't need to change the contents of the f modifier key state. So that's why we're gonna make it constant. Then we don't need it, and I hope then creating a pointer of a constant reference returns as a constant pointer, which then works in here. So over here for our Graphview keyframe drag and drop, we changed the construct. It doesn't need this shared this anymore. It only needs the graph here and the mouse event. The initial mouse event, essentially. Good. With all of this out of the way, just making sure that the drag and drop does indeed work with the cumulative delta, which, as you can see, is the case over here. So that works. So, by the way, why are you converting that to an int64? The cumulative delta is a float, isn't it? To the cumulative delta, you add the cursor delta, and then you... Oh, sheesh. Okay, hold on. It doesn't do what I thought it does. Timeline delta works by the timeline per local cumulative delta. fricks. Okay, that's not good. I need a cumulative diff, essentially. So in 64, cumulative timeline diff and cumulative value diff is what we need. Gonna have to implement that then. So we have here this cumulative delta thingamajig, and like timeline diff, etc. And what I'm gonna do is I say like value cumulative timeline diff. I add the timeline diff on top of it. Same as for the cumulative value diff. I'm gonna add the value diff on top of it. If it's negative, it decreases. If it's positive, it increases. Should do fine in our case, I think. And with that, we have the diffs done. So now we should use those instead of what we have done for now. So when we drag our stuff around, instead of using the cumulative delta here, we're gonna use the cumulative diff, or in our case the timeline diff. We also don't need to round around then, because the cumulative timeline diff already accounts for that. So now we're gonna go into the debug and for the best. That's what I would want. That is what I would say. Just hope for the best. Maybe it will work, maybe it doesn't. We will see in a fresh second after some compilation. Duh. So oh, and by the way, Tool Saint, thank you very much for following. Welcome to the Coders Club. Yesterday. Oh boy. I wonder, is Brandy back again? Can put it over there. So now we just wait. Oh yeah. At least the game boots up now. So agree and proceed and continue. So, let's head in here and select the good old-fashioned camera. So when I select the keyframe like that, it crashes. No, it doesn't. Okay, it's selected now, and if I select the keyframe down here, it's not selected. Why is it not selected? Oh, because I probably didn't. Okay, so that works. If I hold Control now, I should add. Now I have those two selected. If I hold Alt now, nothing happens, but I can deselect this guy. If I hold Shift, I can toggle around. If I hold Control, I can just edit. And if I delete now, those two keyframes get deleted. And right, I have not added the transaction for that yet. Okay. So next up is I'm gonna select that keyframe and try to move it around. And as you can see, moving it around on the time axis actually works. Well, you can see it has a bit of a shift there in regards of the cursor. Also, when I press down on it and start to drag, it's not being selected, which is not great. Oh, and also the selection doesn't update after we have committed to a change, which is also not ideal. So you can see it's selected, and I then move it around, and you can see it's not selected anymore. Not good. We're gonna have to change that, and we have a slide. We may have an offset of the mouse cursor, which is also not ideal. Also, I want to change the active thing. Can I move those now around? Selecting it and trying to move it around, and it works. Because like previously it didn't work. Like we had literally an issue entry for that. But it works now. Isn't that great? So now with this out of the way, the next thing would be, first of all, fixing the issue of the mouse cursor. Maybe adding the transaction to the deleting thing. And making the selection to happen at mouse button down, including the dragging around, because this is rather annoying. I don't know what just happened there. This is interesting. So like this happens when I click on onto the graph. I'm gonna have to investigate that, because that's not how things are supposed to work. By the way, but transactions, as you can see, for moving around the keyframes using our new system, that is in there and works fine, which is great to see. I love it. So, okay, I actually just thought, okay, yeah, I'm probably gonna add a selection box because I'm a bit annoyed for some things here right now. Good. Okay. But we're gonna do that probably later. For now, this is what we have, and yeah, pretty good. It solved even the issue we had previously. Good. So far to that. I'm gonna leave it open just to make sure. So first things first, I want to add the snapshot for the deletion. For the delete key instead of our graph view. So when you press the, actually no, since we're already here, gonna move this guy here up to on mouse button down, like that. And you can see we say handled anyway, so that's totally fine. And on mouse button down is then to do the change here. I'm gonna use the mouse event Okay. So that means we don't need the mouse button down event over here at least. By the way, why are we handling that? Yeah, to not... yeah. I'm gonna leave it as it is. I just simply gonna leave it as it is. Okay, yeah, handled. Good. Okay, so now delete key, delete key, delete key. That's the next thing I wanted to do. Key down, key down, key down. Key down, there you go. Select keyframe, remove keyframe. Just fine. So what do we want to... Okay. So we want a t-shirt ref effic change group make shared effic change group like that, and we then create t-shared ref effic attribute snapshot selected keyframe key get to create the snapshot of the chain of the attribute we are changing at the previous state, and then we're gonna apply the change over here. But the problem is this ignores the old attributes essentially. Okay, gonna make a T-map then with effic attribute pointer and t-shared ref effic attribute with all these snapshots. So then I can say selected keyframe So the interesting thing now is I can then say like our I can then say like t-shirt effic attribute reference, very important. I'm gonna use a reference here now. Actually, I'm gonna use a pointer here because a pointer can be default constructed, a reference cannot. Why this is important, we'll see in a second. So this is now a snapshot. So what we can do now is we can actually gonna keep that. We can now say snapshots find or add. Okay, and here we then provide the attribute, just simply the key. So find or add. You can see it uses the add here. Can we provide a default value? We probably don't want to because it then does some unnecessary logic. If it would be a reference, it cannot do this kind of function because find or add means it would create a value here of the map via the default constructor, and a ref is not allowed to have a default constructor. So it would crash or not even compile. I'm not sure. But like we are using a pointer, and a pointer can have a default construction, so we can do this here now. And it then essentially just creates an attribute, and we can now override it with the proper snapshot we want to have going on here essentially. So with the proper old snapshot, with only doing it doing the old snapshot once. And that means we're gonna say snapshot. Actually, hold on. No, wait. I'm gonna use the old system. We're gonna have to use the find, so that means we can use the ref. Okay. God, this is a bit annoying. Being honest here, it's a bit annoying, but I can see why it is there. Okay. So we just say find. And then we say if the snapshot was not found, if the snapshot was not found, we're gonna add it. Snapshots, add, and we're gonna have to make a new snapshot out of our attribute. So selected keyframe key get to make the new snapshot and store it in our snapshots list. And we need, obviously, here this is a map, so we need a key, selected keyframe key. Okay, good. So this should do fine now. So now we still haven't made the transaction or whatever. So how do we do that? So first of all, we're gonna create the group, and now we're gonna iterate over all our snapshots we just stored. So const t pair effic attribute pointer to t shared ref effic attribute, like that, which is now a reference, which is snapshot inside of snapshots. Goodies. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna make now finally the new change entry for our snapshots and the different attributes, and add that then to the group. So we say group, come on, group, then we say push change, make shared effic change attribute, so it's an attribute change, and this guy now wants a pointer to the affected attribute, so this is in our case snapshot key, and to the old snapshot, the snapshot of the old variant. It then creates itself a snapshot of the new variant, but it also wants a snapshot of the old variant, so snapshot.value. And we're gonna push that directly to the group, and after that we're gonna take the context and take the manager for the interactions, for the transactions. So undo. How was that thing called? I don't remember. Change list. Push change. Group. There it is. And done. Goodies. Okay. Okay, this should now be the proper change for our keyframe change here. So next question on how to do the different things. Why are you bothering here? But I mean, you do have implementation over there. So what is your fucking issue? CPP slow demon stage. Okay, it seems to be solved now. Whatever. Okay, so this is good. So now let's have a look over here, because we apparently have some slight issues with our cumulative delta x at least. And I can kind of see why. So we have here a timeline per local and a timeline div. And the timeline div is in 64, which is not quite what we want. So we want to convert it to an int64 afterwards, but at first the timeline div has to be a float to be properly calculated with the timeline per local. And after that I'm gonna round it up to an integer. So I'm gonna say fmath, and then I want to round it. Round to I mean, I can round to double and then convert it to an integer. It doesn't really matter, I think. Yeah, it doesn't really matter because we are putting a float in anyway, so this should do fine. And then we're gonna convert it to an int64 and done. And then we have a cumulative delta x. A new component, new x component for the cumulative delta here, which is totally fine. Actually, hold on. Timeline div is timeline per local times the cumulative delta x. And that's then the timeline per local. So that's the timeline div. Oh no, hold on. Okay. Sorry. I totally messed up there. So the timeline div. This guy gets now floor to double because this here is a float. So we're gonna floor it to a double. So this can now be 0, 1, 2, or whatever. We then divide it by the timeline per local. Actually, shouldn't this be a times timeline per local? No. The timeline div is the change in the timeline. What is... I'm totally confused right now. The timeline per local times the cumulative delta is then a timeline div. So this is the change in the timeline. And what we remove from the cumulative delta is the is what we then have put into the timeline div, essentially. But like, this should... But timeline div then should only contain like full values, essentially. So we're gonna... Okay, so I'm gonna say fmath floor to double. I don't know what timeline div here is right now. It's an int64. Okay, so I'm gonna floor to double the this whole thing. So this is a float. Timeline per local is a float, and cumulative delta x is a float. So this here will be now like 0, 1, 2, blah blah blah. Now after that, so with this we have the amount of change of what we are doing here, which is actually not floored, which should probably not be floored to double. Instead it probably should be round, like rounding it up kinda, or rounding it down, but it relies on the original information then. Oh, this is so hard. Okay, it annoys me. Da, 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 da. The problem is the timeline div like the timeline div should contain the current delta essentially on the time axis. that this current moves what the cumulative stuff from the previous couple of movements resulted in. The problem is like moving back is really hard to then recognize that this actually happened, considering we're clamped to the integer increments. So I mean, I have the cumulative delta, which contains the cursor delta, and there we have pretty much every change we would care about. I think I now slowly got an idea here on what I would want to do. So, but it's a bit... I don't quite get it into maths right now. So the timeline diff we have here, which is cumulative delta. So cumulative delta, what I want is like if we are in a value above 0.5, that means we are in the next frame section essentially, and that means the new cumulative delta should then become like 1 minus that should be then like -1 plus the leftover of the new value. So we are moving like we have now moved like 0.7, and I want to be in minus 0.3. That should be the new cumulative delta. Like 1 minus the moved value should be the new cumulative delta. So which is then essentially the amount of diff we have changed. So we say cumulative delta here. We're gonna take the timeline diff, divide it into the timeline per local, and this results in a new float, and we remove that float then from our cumulative delta. Okay. But I don't use floor to double as I used before, but we're gonna use round now. Okay, we're gonna use round to double. We take timeline per local times cumulative delta x and round it to double, put it into the timeline diff. Okay, I hope that works. I hope that fixes this small offset, that weird offset issue I had with the Graphview there. Okay, good. So next up is value changing, and this oh, by the way, and fixing the naivety we have here going on right now. The problem is, imagine we have 2 keyframes we're currently moving around, 1 keyframe at 10 and 1 keyframe at 20, and we're gonna move all of our keyframes now -10 in one go, in one step. It won't happen that easily, but can happen. Actually, when we're in a larger space, it may happen. Never mind. So like, if we then move it by 10, the problem is like we don't know which frame will be moved first. But if, for example, and we're gonna move it by -10 now. So if the first keyframe now, if the letter keyframe, the keyframe at 20 moves first, it moves itself to 10. And then after that, we move the value from 10 to 0. 10 minus 10 is then 0. And that means it then, like, the value at, so like the keyframe at 5 has the value 5, and the keyframe at 10 has the value 10. And if we then move, if it now happens, it's the case, as already mentioned, that keyframe 10 is first moved to 20. Oh god, okay. We were like, okay, I'm gonna use, okay, different. We have a keyframe at 1, and we have a keyframe at 2. Keyframe at 1 has the value 1, and the keyframe at 2 has the value 2. So now we're gonna move it by 1 keyframe. We're gonna move it now by -1 frame. All our selected keyframes, and both of these keyframes are selected. Imagine the keyframe 2 gets at frame 2 gets moved first. So the value here 2 gets now moved to frame 1. So now we have a keyframe there at frame 1 with the value 2. And after that, in our selection collection, we then iterate to that keyframe, and that says move that keyframe at frame 1 to the new to 0. Okay, and then it goes in there, and since the frame from the previous change, this frame now has the value 2, and now it moves this keyframe to 0. So that means in our whole attribute, we now have one keyframe at 0 with the value 2, instead of what we actually wanted, which would be at frame 0 a keyframe with 1, and at frame 1 a keyframe with the value 2. So the question is, how are we gonna solve that issue now? How are we gonna solve that issue now? For that, we're gonna have to have a look into move keyframe around. We're gonna have to have a look at the move keyframe around, because otherwise we're gonna have some issues right now, and I'm gonna be annoyed. Oh, annoyed. Yeah, seriously, this is quite annoying. So we're gonna have to move the keyframe around. From two. The problem is we're gonna have to move multiple keyframes around, and I'm not quite sure how. So let's have a look at the implementation of it at first. That's most of the time pretty useful. So here we are. Move keyframe. So if it's the same, it does nothing. If there is no free keyframe we are moving from, don't do anything. If there is, then set the keyframe at the to location to the keyframe value from keyframe, and remove the old keyframe. Which is simple, straightforward, makes sense. But it's not ideal. So best would be to order the operations here, kinda. We would need to order the move operations here for the frames, depending on if we're moving negatively or positively. So the only idea I have right now, I don't like this idea at all. But I'm not quite sure what I should do else. So I have Effic attribute and then a T-array of frames we want to move. Movements. And that means what we're gonna do here is we're gonna say movements, find or add, keyframe key, and what we add is keyframe find or add. So we provide the key, which is a Effic attribute pointer, and then we get a reference to an T-array, and there we say we're gonna add keyframe.value like that. So, and now after that we're gonna iterate over the movements. So we're gonna get a const t pair Effic attribute, Effic attribute pointer and T-array Effic frame reference movement inside of movements. And what we do here is we're gonna have to sort the array first. So we're gonna make a copy and then we're gonna sort it. I can't make it that way, right? Oh, can I? I can! Okay. Then I say movement value. Wait, what is a value sort? Huh? No. Movement dot value dot sort. Sorts the array is defined for the item, which is Effic frame is in 64, so it's defined. Yep. So it sorts the array then. Okay, and the more interesting part now happens here now. So we're gonna have to differentiate. So we're gonna have to define now in which direction we want to iterate, which is not easy. So, actually, maybe it is. So we're gonna say for integer 32, index equals. Now the interesting tidbit here is if the cumulative timeline diff, if this is negative, okay? If the cumulative timeline diff is negative, we are then starting with the maximum index. Means movement value number -1. Otherwise, we're gonna start with 0. We check if index is in range. So movement dot value in range. Wait, is there a is valid index? Index. So as long as it's a valid index, good. And now the question, in which direction are we operating into? This also is now dependent on our change here. So actually, let me do this here like in 32. Step equals. It's gonna make all. Doesn't have to make it easier, but maybe a bit more streamlined. So if this here is smaller, then we're gonna go negative, otherwise we go positive. And then we're gonna say if the step is negative, movement value number is positive, like we're gonna use the max number is valid index, and then we say index plus equals step. Okay, that should do the trick, I hope. So what we do here now is we iterate from the front or from the back through it, and in here we now do the movement. So we need the movement key, which is our attribute, and then we move to the new location. So we're gonna then take like movement value, the index I, index to the new location, which is movement.value index plus the cumulative timeline diff. That should do the trick. Next step would be to move the values, and to do that, so like move keyframe. Do you? Okay, no, you just have a void here. Okay, get float value. Like I want to set the keyframe, so I would want to. Technically, it's then an add keyframe here in this case. So I want to add a keyframe, but for that first I have to get a keyframe based on that information to then be able to move it. Get float value, recalculate keyframe. I mean, get keyframes. To call get keyframes would not be a good thing. How do we change? How have we changed the values down here? We just say like t-shirt pointer, graph keyframe. Give me the keyframe, and then it gets the keyframe, and then calls that thing accordingly. It's not ideal. It's not ideal at all, but fine. So over here, where we iterate over all the different keyframes, we can actually, I mean, it doesn't matter where we do it. We can also do it above here. Doesn't matter. Yeah, let's do it over here. So we say keyframe dot value get keyframes. Okay, no. We're gonna make it over here. Makes it a bit better. Should make a bit more sense. So we're gonna get all the keyframes. So we have to get all the keyframes. Keyframes equals movement dot value dot get key, not value, key, get keyframes. There you go. Then we get a T map of all the different allowed things. Specify things. What's the matter here? What's the issue? Building R value to alva reference is non-standard. Oh, not a reference then. Sorry. Okay, we're gonna so we have now the keyframes, and what we essentially can do before we move the keyframe, very important, because otherwise the references in here will run invalid. So before we move it, let's give a keyframe we care about. We're gonna try to find it first, obviously, based on movement.value.index. So we get the keyframes, and we then say like set value. But for that we first have to get the value. So it's probably the best if we say AutoKF or just say keyframe. Keyframe equals keyframes entry there, specify explicit, and now we say keyframe. We simply say keyframe, set value, keyframe, get value, and plus cumulative value diff. Damn, there you go. That's what I wanted to see. So, boop, and boop. Gonna run directly the debugger because this could already mean it works. It could, it doesn't have to. Oh, though, hold on a second. It doesn't change the selection yet, so I'm gonna have to do that too. So best thing probably would say Graphview. Fastest way, probably, auto selection, is to say this, and then say like Graphview, get selection, specify explicit, so Keyframe though. Come on. Frame, please. Thanks. And now we got this. So next is we have the selection. And now we're gonna iterate over the selection. So auto keyframe over selection. And we're gonna wait, we have auto here, so specify explicitly, and we make this just a reference because now we can say keyframe dot value plus equals, actually hold on a second, when we iterate over all the old we iterate over old keyframes, here we iterate over the new keyframes. And here we iterate over the selection. Okay, we can't do that. Okay, we're gonna stay over the selection. So, keyframe value, and then we cumulative timeline diff. Cumulative value diff. Cumulative value diff. I know. Timeline diff. The selection only cares about the timeline. There we go. More like that. So next would be moving things. So with that we have changed this, and now we say Graphview set selection to selection. Whew, boys! I hope that works. Let's debug the shit out of it. Oh, okay, hold on a second. I mean, just to make sure nothing breaks, I'm gonna, instead of you like directly saying this probably will work, I will try to find the frame inside the keyframes of the attribute we're trying to change here. And if we're not able to find it, actually no underscore here, and if we're not able to find it, keyframe ptr, I just gonna skip it because I don't want to crash it. It's may look buggy then, but it is technically buggy, but at least it doesn't crash, you know? And maybe it's okay, it's just one small correction then. Or just a retry. Okay. And then we say t-shirt, ref, keyframe correctly this way here. Keyframe PTR equals keyframe equals keyframe PTR, but dereferenced like that. These here are then technically the same, so maybe the compiler optimizer can shorten that a bit. So, let's select the camera. Okay, it kind of works just in the wrong direction. Good. Yeah, but the problem is like it doesn't stay selected, which is not ideal. Oh, and dragging around when clicking on it also doesn't work. Like if I now drag a dark. Oh wait. But it just didn't work. Okay, it works now. Whatever. But you can see here, we got a weird offset going on. Not good, not good. Not good at all. Oh, and the handles don't appear. It just sometimes, they just sometimes appear, but not really when we need them. You could say. Not good. Not good. Not good. Ooh. Okay. So, including this now, we kind of solved that issue I had. That, like, moving a keyframe over other may consume it, like, which would be the case if they are exactly on top. Because from there I then moved it further, but now I use the base values we have already there to then go into the new. So, that means no issues in that sort of stuff, which is great! I didn't realize again a minor, just a minor issue, but a issue that got magically solved. Okay, now we only have tested with one keyframe. What happens with two keyframes? Oh fuck. Okay, that's not good. So like, if both are selected and I then start to drag around, the other one does get disselected. Not good. So I have to hold shift now to move it around. No, actually, was it control? I have to hold down, right? And then I can move it around together as one. What happens there? Wait, is this issue I mentioned happening here? This actually could be the case. Did I mess up something with the order, or? Really seems like it. Okay. But good progress, good progress. So what we're gonna do is, first of all, I'm gonna scroll up here where I have... No, I'm gonna stay down here where we are moving the values and cumulative value diff. I'm gonna use negative to update the value here. Like that. I'm not quite sure about the selection, but the selection doesn't seem to update as I want to. Z. Like I say selection, and then iterate over the T pairs here. Maybe I cannot do it that way. I want here to do it. I mean, this can be the case, doesn't have to be the case, but whatever. Gonna do that one. So this time it's const, and we say selection add T pair a fig attribute Keyframe, and then we say keyframe keyframe value plus cumulative timeline diff. Ta-da! More like that. I hope. That solves that small issue. So now we have the mirrored thingy in regards of the value. We have fixed this guy here now. I still wasn't able to fix this weirdness here, but okay. And whew. And right, order. I mean, I have here this order of iteration, which should change based on the cumulative timeline div. If the cumulative timeline div is negative, the things decrease, and we should... Oh, okay, so I'm gonna have to flip it. Because, like, if things decrease, I have to move the first things first further away, essentially, further into the negative. So, I simply have to flip it. Good, okay. Okay, got that. Next was the issue with the selection. That it was suboptimal when talking about dragging things around. Okay, yeah, got it. I think I have a very simple solution, actually. When I scroll up where we did that, which was on the on mouse button down event of our Graphview keyframe, if I remember correctly. No? No, that's the handle. Stop it. Unarranged children. Mouse button down. There it is. So that's not what we're gonna do. What we're gonna do is we're gonna leave that here. So we continue to leave it in here, toggling just fine with our mouse button up, okay? But, so like this should not trigger when we're in a drag and drop situation. So, but what we're gonna do now to solve that issue when I start to drag a keyframe that was unselected? Well, I just simply add it to the selection when it detects it's getting dragged. So, on drag detected, with the all mouse button down and a graph view is given, which is always the case, so we don't need a check for that. Because it's a graph view keyframe. So what I'm gonna do in here is I just simply say I'm gonna add it to the selection if it's not already in there. So that means I say graph view add keyframe to selection, and now it wants like an attribute and the frame. So get frame and done. Oh, okay, wait, that's a reference. I just simply add it to the keyframes then. That's the only specialty then. So like if you start to drag some keyframe there and it's not already selected, then additionally select it pretty quickly to then start the drag and drop operation. Goodies. Next is the keyframe handles not appearing and disappearing properly as we want to. I don't quite fully understand why this is happening, but let's have a look at the construction again. So if the keyframe is indeed selected, we then add the children, the handles accordingly. Only then. So, if something gets selected, mouse wheel, on key down, key up, is interactable, get children, unarranged children, set selection, we then invalidate the layout. The set selection, add keyframe to selection, or remove keyframe to select from selection. Maybe we're gonna have to use all. Don't use this even unless you know what you're doing. And unless all has been deprecated. You probably want to layout, but if you need more than more than that, then use bitwise or to combine them. Layout or volatility. Change visibility. This implies layout. If you're changing a normal property in value painting or sizing, additionally if the property of the objects is validated in a way, it's important that you invalidate oh wait. Now I get it. I get it now, so it's not really an issue in regard of the invalidation here. The problem is that, like, the construction of our handles only happens when, like this here, only happens when the in the construction, and the construction doesn't get rerun, but like on arranged children, for example, that happens. It can be redone on computer size. That's why there is this layout thingy magic. So it's so I probably have to tell the Graphview to either completely remake the stuff, or we can change its behavior with this thingy here. And that is like a visibility change. I'm not sure about that. So there is like a visibility option here, but the question is if this visibility actually also cares about interaction. You see, I'm tired. Also, if this visibility also cares about state base network. If this visibility actually also cares about interactions. Base class for named arguments provides settings necessary for all widgets. Because maybe we can then use this as solution here to change if it should be visible or not. So like visibility, lambda, captures this, returns then if the keyframe is selected or not. E-visibility collapsed. Oh, okay, there it is. Okay, so is keyframe selected, then all, and otherwise, what is the so like hidden or collapsed? Not visible and takes up no space in the layout. Obviously not his testable. Hidden. Not visible or because layout space. Obviously not. I'm gonna go with collapsed. Like that. I'm gonna use the same exact thing for over here. And that should do the trick. So then the question is paint, etc. If we should paint the handles here, in and out control, and we should only do that if the keyframe is selected. Bam. Gonna make get frame constant. Doesn't change anything at all. There we go. Let's see if it works as we want to or not. Yeah. So, 4 actions with 16 processes. So, let's add a test. There we go. I'm gonna select the camera. Doop, 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 doop. As you can see, that works now in regards of the handles, I mean. And dragging all around at once also works, which is great. It's a bit laggy though, and I don't quite know if the reason are my many loops or if it's because I'm streaming and it's just simply framey in-game, but it seems like it's just simply framey in-game. If I'm moving around and it's that framey, it probably is due to that. But you can see the selection. Okay, like clicking on a graph, that needs some work. But as you can see, like the selection still changes, which is like the things still get unselected, which is not ideal, like at all. Drag drop. I don't know what else I could do here. Like, I take the keyframe value, add the cumulative timeline div on top of it, and then I update the given then I like add this to the new selection, and then I set this as the new selection of the graph view. But it hates me, as it seems. It simply hates me. And I don't quite understand why. Just realized something. We can try some different way, and that is we simply store the selection here. We add stuff to the selection right away over there, and we don't need this additional for loop here. And then we set the selection down there, and the values are just simply the stuff from over here. So it's movement value index plus, that's the other stuff, and then movement.key. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. I have absolutely no clue. Ah, yeah, it totally makes sense. Like previously, I didn't take the original values. I constantly updated the values and added the cumulative timeline div on top, and not on top of the original values, which is stupid. And so that means every time I moved it moved it way too much into a different direction, and then it didn't align, and then those selection values didn't align up with the proper keyframe values, and we had and then that resulted in the mess we have now, or we had, because now we don't have that mess anymore because we just fixed it. So I think that that keyframe selection will be done now, or like the majority, main part of it, what I actually wanted to do here, which is not bad at all, don't get me wrong here. The question now is, how are we gonna handle? So are we gonna make a selection box? How are we gonna handle it? We need a new drag and drop operation for that. And how are we gonna make? How would we make? And are there other issues we should fix first? And maybe maybe booleans, or like the boolean attribute. It still is is not the happiest child, you know. So, edit test. Gonna select the camera. Okay. So we have, by the way, gonna add one over here too. Not over there though. So selecting this guy, selecting this guy, and now I'm trying to move both around, but okay. That's certainly not what I wanted. Huh? The fuck? Okay. Sure. At least this here works, which is good. We have to recalculate. I don't have any recalculations happening. I'm gonna have to trigger a manual recalculation for all the changed attributes. I totally forgot about that. Good, so that's something we're gonna have to do. I understand. Because I assume if I go now over here, and if I say now yeah, you can see directly it changed quite a bit. There we go. So, yeah, okay. You can see how it changes. Okay, so that's certainly something that has to be done. Okay, now there was one more thing. Alright, do they stay selected now? Yes, they do. This is finally the case. Hooray. Good. Then there was some more stuff that was interesting for us. But I don't quite remember. Alright, Boolean attribute. See, that's a bit of an issue here right now. Which is not ideal. Like, the keyframe is up there, but the graph isn't up there. The graph says no. But, like, hold on. Like, the keyframe shows to be up there, but the value shows to be inactive, as well as the key. Here, this thing also thinks it's okay as it is. But we know that's not the case. It's a bit weird. And that's probably why moving things around here doesn't work. I mean, okay, moving it on the timeline works now, because even that didn't work previously. But like, moving keyframes up and down, no. It doesn't want to do that. Which is... yeah, okay, we still have this issue here, okay. Remove. 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 Like, I cannot move it up. This is quite a bit annoying, you know? Oh, boys. Okay, did I forgot to flip it? Flip those things here at some point somewhere? So if this... oh, yep. So step here still relies on to being negative, but the cumulative timeline diff is the original thing. Okay, we're gonna stay it like this. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Hopefully that works now. Okay, doobly doop. We've got that now. So okay, booleans, as we can see, they are still not working. Like ideally, they don't work like we want them to, which is a bit sad. So, like, generally fixing the Boolean attribute is something that still has to be done. But at least we have, like, a keyframe, a working keyframe selection now. Which also allows us to have a look at the handles then. Let's add the recalculate all keyframes, which is a very easy thing to do. We just go down here when we update all the keyframes, and then we say movement dot key, and then recalculate all keyframes. We could say for each keyframe itself, recalculate that keyframe, but this way we say recalculate all keyframes, because all keyframes affect each other. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it at so besides the need that we're gonna fix this button over there, we now may want and the Boolean attributes, we probably want to investigate on the box selection. So the first step in regards of the box selection would be the actual selection box drawing, like the drag and drop operation for the selection box itself. before that, I'm gonna clean this up here a bit. Yeah. So for doing the box here, we first of all need a drag drop operation, and for that we're gonna use the Fig Graph drag drop as a base. Then we have a pan drag drop for panning around, and this is for the keyframes. So now in between we're gonna add the graph selection drag drop, okay, for the selection box. This bases on the graph drag drop, and we need a drag drop operation type. By the way, can I have a look at this thing pretty quickly? Okay. I mean, because like this here is something really useful, but it annoys me a bit that it's specific for drag drop here. It would, a universal macro would be really cool to have, honestly. But okay. So, and we're gonna have to update this here. Graph selection drag drop, bases on the normal graph drag drop. So now we're gonna have to add a constructor that gives the graph drag drop here some additional information. So very similar to the pan, as well as this guy here. Though we don't use the cursor query here. The cursor query doesn't change for us. It's pretty much the same. Maybe a crosshair if we have the ability to do so, but I don't think so. Like, there is a... What is an eyedropper? Eyedropper cursor for picking colors. Ah, that thing. Custom. Target cross, cardinal cross. So that's like with the arrows. And crosshair is like a small crosshair probably. And there are resizes. Slashed circle? A circle with a diagonal line through it. Ah, so for like, no, you cannot do any operation here. Text edit, total cursor count, number of cursors we support. Aha. Whatever that's supposed to mean. And then there's like grab hand and grab hand close, but they don't really function. I'm not quite sure they don't like me. So, but what we want is crosshairs, I think. Okay. Also, this here is a different constructor. There you go. So the more interesting tidbit here is the onDragged and the construction, I guess. The construction. So for that we're gonna have to update the Graphview a bit. The interface of the Graphview, in regards of the selection at least. So the selection has currently selected keyframes, and we then need additionally a t-set of t-pairs with an fig attribute. Attribute fig frame selected with box, and then I need an f box 2D implements a rectangular 2D box, which is box selection. Okay, and what we do here is so here's all our selection stuff. So what we're gonna do now is we add void commit box selection and void set box selection to a new f box in box, Okay, and then void get selection box. Return selection box selection. And those two functions here we're gonna implement now. So what it means, you will see in a second. By the way, this is box selection. Oh, now I get it. Fbox 2D, and you also want the Fbox 2D. Okay. So commit box selection is rather easy, I would say. It simply says selection key. Actually, hold on. So when we have a box selection, then action there accordingly. Let me think, guys. Let me think. My problem is I have to invalidate a box selection essentially. Otherwise I have some issues. Okay, so like commit box selection. So this would say selection selected keyframes equals selected with box. Selected with box will be emptied, and then the box selection, I need to invalidate it. The problem is I'm not quite sure. Holds a flag indicating with this box. Oh, thank goodness! Oh, it exists. B is valid. It fucking exists. Who had thought? Oh, this is wonderful. Okay. So, by the way, this also means that the get selection changes a bit. So, move implementation out of class scope. So the set selection at keyframe to selection. Okay, I'm fine with that, I think. Yum. Get selection. Yeah, okay, no, I'm actually fine with everything. Except, yeah, okay, no, maybe selection not. Oh, this is harder now. Okay, no. So this is... I'm not sure about the get selection here. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go with that. So, the get selection returns the selected keyframes, but we're gonna say box selection B is valid. So if it is valid, it uses the selected with box and not selected keyframes. When it does set selection, it does box selection B is valid to false, and it does the selected with box, selected with box. It does empty those. Okay, add keyframe to selection, remove keyframe from selection. We're gonna stay that. Parisius, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna leave that as is. But the is keyframe selected is now a more interesting thing, because it doesn't rely on selected keyframes anymore. Instead, it relies on the box selection. Or actually, it relies on what the get selection function returns. It's probably the best. Okay. And actually, we don't empty selected with box, but we update selected with box with selected keyframes. That's what we're gonna do here, and that is the same what happens commit box selection, and we don't destroy the stuff down here. So okay, and then we have the set box selection, and the set box selection gets a box. Okay, and this box in here, so this box now is a secret. What we do is we need to gather all keyframes inside of this box. And I'm not quite sure how to do that. So I can get, like, I need to get all the children. Like, there's get all children. And I get then, so I get then the children. The problem is, like, I need to get the children inside a specific alignment. So, like, yeah, I need the, I care about the children inside of a box. I have to calculate all the children inside a freaking box. Like, there are two options: either iterate over all the attributes and then the frames in the box, or so essentially I query. One option would be to query the data directly, and the other option would be to query the widgets. The question is just, what would be best? I have no clue. That's my problem. I don't know what would be best. This is a bit annoying, you know. I guess they're gonna iterate over all the attributes and over the ranges, because I can't come up with a better solution than that. So, for that we're gonna have to first get the actual ranges from the box. So the box we get will be... We can actually make the box to be in the value ranges directly, because like the Graphview already has all the text tag it needs for the box to work properly. Okay. So that means first of all we're gonna want we want an FFIC frame range based on the box that goes in. So there is like now a couple of things, and then there is like a min and a max, and we're gonna start with the min dot x, and we end with inbox max dot x. Yay! Okay, so that's the range now, but not like that. We're gonna have to round it up. Actually, no, the inbox does that already. Okay, we don't need to do that. So, we have the frame range now. Now we need a value range. Value range, which is pretty much the same. So, min y, inbox, min y. Just like that. And with this, we have the ranges. So now we're gonna iterate over the frame range. So that means we need integer 64, which is frame over frame range. And with this, we have the frame ranges now. Give me a second, guys. Yeah, okay. So with that, we have the frame ranges. And now we should try to iterate over all the attributes. Hooray! So, editor attribute bases we are using here apparently. Not quite happy about that, but okay. I'm gonna have to live with it, I guess. So we're gonna iterate over there, and then we say attribute get keyframe at frame. Please. If it is able to find a keyframe, good for you. If not, bad for you. Shared pointer FFIC keyframe. Okay, and then we say if keyframe was found, things happen. So if keyframe. Okay, set box selection. By the way, before we do that, we're gonna update the box selection via the current... no, not the box selection. Actually, yeah, box selection equals inbox. But we also selected with box. We're gonna update selected with box based on selected keyframes. Okay. And then we say keyframe no, this doesn't. I'm gonna have to then toggle around, but based on the box selection or what? I want to have this toggle functionality, but like based on our box selection. Oh gosh, I'm so confused right now, because I'm not quite sure how to handle it. Okay, no. So we're not using selected with box, never ever. We're gonna use always selected keyframes. Okay, but when we say set selection Right, so when we say set selection, we're gonna use select, we update selected with box based on these selected keyframes. Yeah. This validation here we do not really need anymore, so set selection like that. And then we're gonna keep it here, and then we have commit box selection. And this just simply updates selected with box with the selected keyframes again. Which is a bit weird, but okay. And set box selection takes now... Yeah, so now we have selected with box. That's the old state, you could say. No, wait. Flush box selection. It would be better if we're gonna call it flush box selection, I think. So, flush box selection. So that's when we start a new box selection. We then copy the stuff over into selected with box. When we then correct the set box with set box selection, we then what we then do is we set the selected keyframes to be selected with box, and then we're gonna update all the keyframes that are inside of our box selection here. By using the toggle keyframe selection, we provide the attribute and the frame. Attribute attribute base. Can we do that? Should, yeah. Get attribute. Bam. And the frame, which is frame. More like that. Okay. And then we toggle the keyframe that way. So we're gonna do that over and over again. And then we're done. So now the selected keyframe contains now the old state, but with all the updated keyframes. And when we are done, we don't need to do anything, it's already in there. But when we then start a new box selection, we're gonna have to flush it just to make sure that we use the old stuff as the new correct. Whew, okay. It's a bit weird to explain, I know, but stay with me here. Oh, and before we do that, we get the keyframe. We're gonna check if the keyframe is valid. And then one more thing, and that is the keyframe has to be inside of the value range. Value range... inside is in range. I'm gonna make a new function here. Keyframe dot value get value. Gonna add a new function. Is in range, which will be boolean. Bool. And that will simply return if begin is smaller or equal to value. In value, and in value is smaller or equal to end. So those are the requirements essentially. Goodies! Okay, so this should be box selection done for now in regards of selection handling here. Now we're gonna have to do the drag and drop operation, and after that the drawing of the box, and then we should be already done, which is interesting. So, on dragged. On draggedy drag. Hold on, fuck. The box selection behaves differently. Like it always adds or removes the keyframes, if I'm right. It always either adds or removes the keyframes, or it toggles them as a whole. Doesn't it? But what happened? But it never like removes all other keyframes. So what I want to say is when we go to our Graphview again, my problem is that the toggle keyframe may run this set selection here, but when we're using a box selection, we never want this to be the case. Only if we flush the box selection and we are not selecting a keyframe right now, okay? Only then I want the flush box selection to it should be reset, but never in the actual dragging, which would be the case here if the modifiers we provide are none of these here. And that is not good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the box here now. So box selection B is valid. So only if it is invalid, we're gonna use this here. Here we're gonna flush box selection, and we say, okay, we always need the modifiers. That will probably be the best. So we always need the modifiers, otherwise we cannot properly update our selection and whatnot. Void. Okay, gonna rename that once more. I finally commit to that. Rename all overloads, which is now... Wait. No, hold on. Why overloads? Stop it. Rename this overload. Not flush box selection, but begin box selection. And then end box selection. Also with the modifiers. And of this guy, we're gonna create a new thing. So set box selection and begin box selection, like that. And now we also have end box selection. And okay, so when we begin a box selection, we're gonna check if the modifiers, okay, we require them. We can say const reference here, that probably, so we require them, not making a pointer, making a reference out of it. It's not optional. Okay, so if the modifiers, so if there is no modifier given, is any is command down, and so like if command is not down, in modifiers is shift down, and in modifiers is alt down. So if none of these modifiers are down, I'm gonna set the selection, set selection to nothing. Gonna clear the selection. It's the same as if I would click then outside. Okay. End box selection. So when I end, okay, and then I say selection box, box selection equals to fbox fbox. What can I can provide some vectors, default constructors, box 2D. Provided with 0 here, but making sure box selection B is valid, gonna set it to true. So we end the box selection by setting this guy here to false, doing the copies, blah blah blah. So now set box selection. I'm not quite sure about how to when to call the end box selection, being honest here. This is a bit more tricky because I'm not sure if there is a drop function in the drag drop here. There's a on dragged. Oh no, there is a on drop. Okay, so good. Okay. On dropped. Gonna add that to here because we need it. Okay. So Graphview. So set box selection. We need the modifiers because we're gonna have to pass the modifiers to our toggle here. Okay. That's good. Set box selection gets the modifier key stay in box. Okay. So that should hopefully do the trick. In my mind, at least it does. So now, with this, we're gonna have to have a look at set box selection. Gonna go, good night. Drachwa X, thank you very much for tuning in. See ya next time. I'm not sure where the next time will be, but thank you so much for watching. So we're gonna set, so we're gonna enter box selection here, set the box selection. Okay. So maybe that already works. I'm not 100% sure though. Now let's go to the drag drop to interact properly. So on dragged, it says Graphview set box selection essentially. It now wants a box and the modifier keys. So drag drop event gives us the modifier keys. So there should be get modifier keys. There you go. Then on drop essentially does the Graphview and box selection, and we just say drag drop event get mouse event get modifier keys. Duh. So okay, and now we have the constructor. Move implementation out of class scope. I'm gonna make that here. So in here I then say Graphview begin box selection, and I provide init event get modifier keys. Okay. So now, next thing is we're gonna have to get the box done. So we need a box 2D, which is our box essentially. The problem is, how does it look like? And the answer to that is easier than I think it is probably. So we have a f vector 2D here which contains the minimum values. The problem is I have no clue what the minimum values are. Is the box selection intelligent enough and can handle that by itself, or does it always need someone else for it to do that shit? Vector 2D. Joop. Yeah, that's still not what I wanted. No, I don't want the constructor here. I care about the... It just puts it in there. It doesn't really care about... it doesn't really care about the... if it's actually the minimum and maximum points. So best would be to create first timeline ranges and value ranges. Frame range. Because here we sort them ourselves. Drag drop. So we now need like the original values, like the timeline start and the value start, and then we need the stuff with the timeline diff, cumulative timeline diff. So timeline start, then timeline start plus cumulative timeline diff. So that's our frame range. And now we need a value range with value start and value start plus cumulative value diff. Wonderful! Okay, and now minimum frame range begin and value range begin. And as end we have frame range end and value range end. And now we have the box selection where we want to give a box. And now we have them, and then we provide the modifiers, and we are done with the selection box. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Okay, so I hope, I don't know for sure, but I hope that this here kinda works. At least in how I want it to work. Biggest issue probably is we care about the keyframes here and not much about the frames and not much about the actual cursor position. So maybe this causes some issues. I don't know. Okay, for now, let's go over to the graph view and finish everything up with the painting of the box view, of the box selection. So for that, we're going to go into the graph on paints function, and then we have draw, highlight, frame, range, background. Then we're going to draw the grid, and then we draw the plots. And after that, we then draw the keyframes. But before we draw the keyframes, I want to draw the box selection. Draw box selection. So what I'm gonna do, first of all, box selection, I'm gonna check if it is valid. B is valid. And if that is the case, we then draw the box selection. And how do we gonna draw the box selection? Well, first of all, we're gonna need a slate draw element. Make box. And it now wants some information. It wants the element list and layer, a paint geometry. Okay. Outdraw elements, layer ID, allotted geometry, to paint geometry, and last but not, and now it wants some information. It wants a brush. It wants the draw effects. Can I provide a null pointer? To recess while to maintain the order of the image. There are no emergence result as simply as null PTI. I don't want any brush. Draw effects, none. And then linear color. E slate. Wait. F color brush. I probably wants that to exist anyway. Hold on. How do we do it up here? Make box, allotted geometry. Animation brush. Get. What is animation brush, get tint color. The fuck? What a cheater this is. Do we ever gonna check that out in May? Oh fuck! This is terrible. Holy shit! Default. God. Selection. Okay. I gonna stay in tune with those here because selection brush. I mean, I said already that I'm gonna rework how styling works here because it's fucking terrible. Like, it's really terrible. What colors do we use for the grid? 444. And frame color uses 6 and 6. Oh. Okay, so 444. So I should maybe go up above that. The highlighted frame range. And then we have the draw grid with a grid color of FFFFF and a frame color of a red-green combination. Yellow. Ah, that's that line. Okay. So I probably, yeah, let's go with 6666 then. Because I cannot think of something that would suit them better. Maybe 5555, but it's already quite high grid color. Jesus Christ. Okay, so that's the selection, and then we're gonna, and instead of animation local and animation start, and then slate there, transform to paint geometry. What what overrides do you have? Do you have an override that can use a box local? So you want a local offset and a local size, or a transform? I mean, from the box we cannot do much. We first also need to apply the frame, like some differences here and there. So okay, animation local and animation local start. Animation local start, layout transform. So local size and then the transform. Okay, or local offset and then local size. It probably complains about that. Local size and then the transform. I already hate it for that. So we have a box selection. And when we want the size, so float begin time, frame to local, which wants box selection min x, float end time, frame to local, box selection max x, Then we have a float begin value value to local box selection min y and float end value equals value to local box selection max y. Okay, and now we're gonna have to start with an f vector vector 2D that starts with an x and y value. So the x value is the end time minus begin time, end value minus begin value. Very simple. And now we have the layout transform, and the layout transform starts with a vector 2D, which consists of begin time and begin value. At least that's how it is in my head. So now it's gonna debug and we will see how it will go. Probably terrible, but who knows? Maybe it will work a bit better than I expected. By the way, also we're gonna end the stream very, very soon. So I guess if I have an idea right away why it failed, we're gonna retry it. But if I'm struggling a little bit why it doesn't work, we're gonna end the stream. And if it works right away, we also end the stream. Right away, at least. Maybe we're gonna do a commit first. Maybe. No promises here. BrainDG said he comes back later, but he left us for good, I guess. Schneef. Oh, didn't realize. We're gonna have some crashes here. F range. V. Or wait. Frames. Values. Frames. Values. Diddly-doo. The fuck? So, select the camera. Ah, fuck, I forgot to add the actual drag and drop detection. Oh my goodness. My god, eh. All mouse button up, all mouse button down. Detect drag. Detect drag as shared. E keys. Left mouse button. Does it add it or does it set it? Fuck. Can I ask Slate to take if it uses Slate rules and an on drag detected? Can I do that here? But aren't those? I mean, those are structures. So like, how? How can I detect if it's a left or right mouse drag? Ask Slate to detect if a user started dragging in this widget. If a drag is detected, Slate will send an on drag detected. This button should be pressed to detect the drag. The problem is like, I care about multiple. Like, I can't ask for multiple, or can I? All mouse button invalid. Can I provide invalid, please? Because troublesome. Else, if this here's the case, we then gonna do right mouse button down, so that means we're gonna reapply. But this time with selection box drag and drop. Graph selection drag and drop. So... Continue. Confirm. Oh, 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 oh. Give me a second, guys. Okay, so dragging around works. But the fucking box selection doesn't. Or generally interacting. Not good. It can detect. Oh. Panna, please stop being stupid. Okay, and now quickly, because I'm confused. So, why the fuck do things not work? So, like, when I say add keyframe to selection or toggle keyframe selection, I'm gonna ask, is keyframe selected? And this keyframe gets is selected, users get selection. Get selection returns selected keyframes. So far, so good. And by the way, that's probably a bit better. So far, so good. But like, why did it not work then? Oh, because no modifiers were selected. That's why. So this thing down here never really got executed because no modifier was set. And B is valid was probably set to true for whatever reason. So I'm gonna make sure that it initializes with B is valid false. I want to... So, I wanted to end the stream, but nope, we're still... Come on. Continue. Confirm. Okay. Okay, we got the cursor thingy. The problem is just that the box selection doesn't work. Okay, at least selecting things works again. And dragging them around works too. But it's quite laggy, so I probably should try to optimize it. Yeah, definitely. It seems like... Okay, actually, it doesn't have to. I will see how it will go off screen, I would say. Not quite sure yet. But the selection box definitely doesn't work yet, which is sad. Drag drop. And I don't know why, so like, oh, I had it, would make everything would make sense, but apparently it does not. No, it doesn't. It really doesn't seem to work as intended. I mean, we're definitely iterating here, but like... No keyframe given. Huh. Why? Is in range returns true if the value is smaller or equal to begin. If the value is bigger or equal to begin and smaller or equal to end. Seems like totally legit to me. So, why not work? Something I'm gonna have to figure out off screen, guys. We're gonna end the stream now. So, I would say thank you so much for watching. As usual, the question is who we gonna raid, and the answer to that being BL Andrew. So, guys, then I would say thank you so much for watching. Next stream, I don't know when that will be, but I guess we will see you next. We'll see you then, and yeah, everything that is left to say. Thank you much for watching. I'm from Kareli, from Elizabeth, and so bye-bye. Until next time, and as always, keep coding!